Hello and welcome to the I Love My Lazy Monkey and the Huta 2H. I'm going to say coffee is hydration, right? Right? Write a script that would dehydrate. Or you could not do that and let me dry up to a nice crispy prune. I might actually be slightly evil, I don't know. Hello and welcome to the eternal divine fox. Who doesn't want a nice crispy Misaka? Extra crunchy, extra crispy. Almost wish I had something nearby that I could just grab and crinkle. Uh, very, Gonna drink my certified Misaka, totally not a coffee. Nom nom. Wait, do you nom nom stuff that's a drink? That's kind of sus. You say? Huh? Turns out that when I look down, eyes end up closed. It's nonsense, I tell you. Let's see, what will today be? Hmm. Maybe more Vulcan. Maybe. Or I could go the other way. Be like something, something, something Wayland. I don't know if that's what I'd want to do though. or, or I could poke at the Linux DRI thing. This is something that I haven't really. I've not been really focused too much on. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Yeah. Kiss the egoist again. X underscore egoist. Hello. And again? Thank you, welcome. We don't talk about the X. The only reason I'm talking about the X is because at the very beginning of the stream today, the very first message is a capital X. And I'm like, really? Really? Foreshadowing. Great many foreshadowing. I don't know if I would call the day. I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it wonderful yet. But so far, there's been nothing to suggest that it wouldn't be a good day. Certainly not a bad day. It's good enough day. Very, somewhere, well, very least, I think it's been enough time staring at the starting screen here. Maybe it's time to stare at terminal. Terminal full of codes. Page 6, for example. What the hell is this all about? Sometimes it impresses me just like how to Oh, I managed to do some of these things unintentionally. Can never stare at the start screen for long enough or short enough. It's always a compromise. Alright, what did I want to do here? Tis the Kirim. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I think if I recall, I essentially want I guess I want to like clean up some of the code here. I have all sorts of like stuff. All sorts of stuff. All sorts of like initialization. And the way we do it right now is all kind of a thing. It's a thing. It's kind of E. I don't know if it's kind of E. Maybe it is a little bit. Could be a little bit, though. Hmm. See, what are you? You are... Get instance proc address. No emote. It would seem their complimentary Maisaka subscription has expired. You will need a new one, I suppose. Maybe. That wasn't an invitation. Or maybe it was. Hello and welcome, though, to the Azrael Isle and the Nympheus. Why did the gift sub fail? I don't think it failed. I think it fell off. You'll just have to give Kirim one, I guess. Maybe. No, wait, don't do that. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay. Y'all are crazy, you know that? A measly... I would not say that it is a measly quantity. I would not discount your contribution to the Maisaka. It kind of means a lot to me when people subscribe. Especially if they haven't before. Or if they like gift subs or something. Like, I don't really talk about much of that, but like, I don't know, just the fact that you are willing to at all, that kind of makes me happy. It doesn't have to be a lot. Doesn't have to be extravagant. Although that is sort of E in its own right. kind of forgot what I was doing here. I had some sort of idea and then we forgot. I think the objective here would be to create some sort of oh my. I have become fire. The holo projector comes in like 4 different colors that I cycle between. There's like that cyan color. There's like this orange color. And there's like green. And then there's also, I think I can also do it in like all white. But there's no real way for other people to like pick the colors. It's something that I tend to do once in a while. Be like, I've had enough of that color. Time to change things up a bit. And then I switch to a different color, and then it's all good. Or maybe it's not all good, I don't know. I think, however, I want to maybe, probably, tweak how all of these work. Tweak how all of these work. So we have all of these different Vulcan functions, and then they have like prefixes. So I should be able to just like stick the prefix. Maybe. Macro abuse. There's quite a bit of that in here. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay, I'm going to, I guess, keyboard macro this. We want to find the. I want to delete 2 characters. I'll go to that next one. I really want to go into the functions here. I want to delete this prefix. Silly prefix. Silly nonsense prefix. Although maybe it's not nonsense. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. Clarification. We have to put the prefix. I did not put the prefix. Okay, prefix. Prefix work. Prefix work now. Okay, better, better. I almost want to change this in a way. Where, I guess. Mm, that, that, so much, Like, I don't really want it to instantiate a bunch of, like, calls to the function over and over again. Kind of want to have it set up so that I can just give it a list. It's like a big array of function names. And then have it give me the thing that I actually want. Have it load the functions. In a loop. Yeah, how can I make this loop? How can I make this loop? Let's see, I guess I would need the function names themselves. So what are you? You're like the prefix, and then a comma, 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 comma. And then I want like a pointer. Big Ben Printy vibes. I cannot say that I'm very familiar with this at all. Because I'm really not. We're gonna abuse some more macros. More lovely macros. OSC for FTL. Into the breach. Some other things. don't know that I've ever, like, listened to those soundtracks, though. I might have to, though. Does remind me, though, I should probably not leave the same song on repeat for hours again, maybe. Like, I do vibe to that sometimes. I do like listening to the songs as ambience, but sometimes they get a little bit repetitive. Just a little bit. Mm, let's have a bit of a. I might have to listen to that. And maybe. Maybe. Definite, probably, maybe. This has to be pointer. Pointer. We have the instance. Strings? A macro license. Not the macro license. Nothing but that. instance functions. Declare instance strings. And I'm going to put a null pointer at the end. And then maybe it's time to take that stretch break. A for early stream stretch break. Is this like build? Yes. Yes, it does. Doing evil things to macros. I have good news. I am covered in cat hair. I mean, I'm done stretching. Turns out the cat wants attention. When I go down, you stretch. End up petting the cat instead. I still think I did enough stretching though. In spite of this. Right, yeah. Now for the evil. Yeah. I want a function that will load all of the instance strings. So we could put that in here. It can be a static function. Load instance functions. Now we're just gonna call that instead of doing instance functions. Or load. Instead of defining load here as a macro, let's see, I guess you can be guess you would already be a void pointer. So, because I need a pointer to like the start of the list of functions, I need to make a const expression void pointer functions, or instance functions. They're going to be an array. And then we'll define all the functions with the, is it declare instance pointer? Are you not constant expression enough? Okay, then you can be the instance. Something or other. What do I actually want here? I sort of want like offset of. Probably. So then we should have like a giant array of offsets. I don't know if I want that. Don't entirely know if that's what we actually want. Then we take, I guess this would be what? Address of the instance? turn you into, I guess, a uint 8 pointer. Add offset 0. And then turn that into a void pointer. Pointer? Yeah. And then we want a name pointer. And then what would this be? Well, the name pointer is not null. We want to fill in the given pointer, and then we want to increment both of them, I guess. Let's make you a void function pointer. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Just see shenanigans. Definitely. Uh-huh. Yep, clear as mud. Shenanigans. Just the panda from Tekken 8. Just the cows are calm. 59. Hello, hello. So does it work? Unfortunately, yes, it works. E. No, wait. I mean, that's good. It's supposed to work. Yeah, clearly. Uh-huh. That was my plan the whole time. Definitely. After all, why wouldn't it work? After all the lovely effort that we've gone through here. A move or store in literal? What do you mean by moving or storing it? Literal. Literal. Do you mean like storing? I don't know, some sort of a value in the middle of your program code? Can't have a program to store the number 12? I mean, it is kind of a little bit inconvenient. However, there is a certain kind of addressing mode that most people, I don't think, realize exists. Also, hello and welcome to the Christopher 1955. There's sort of a way to do what you refer to. Sort of. Where is VM? So, one of the operations that, like, the what's it called? if you look at the load and store instructions, they use the words in the source register as an address. And if you look in here, there's a sequential mode. Use word X or something from the source as an address. And then you can increment the source address after each load and store. There's sort of like an interesting thing that you can do with this. If you specify the instruction register, that is RI, because the program counter is in word X, you can use this to load like memory that the current like program counter is pointing at. Which if you do this on a load instruction, it will be the memory after the load instruction. It will load a word from the memory after the load instruction into like whatever your destination register is. And if you have like the increment feature, it will increment the program counter, skipping over the memory that was just loaded. And you can use this to like load certain constants into registers that aren't in the constant registers. Technically, it's not as memory efficient. But yeah, that's essentially you can increment, skip the instructions. This also technically works with store instructions. You can also store with increment to the program counter. I don't know why the hell you'd want to do that, but you can. And it would store into memory after an instruction. And then, yeah. But still, though, it's arguably not as efficient as, like, it's just having your constants, having your address or your value in a constant register. But maybe it is. I don't know. Like a lot of things, it's a trade-off. Back to zero zoom. Zoom. Too much zoom? You know, it's kind of sort of vaguely occurring to me that load VK functions if it's like start and end nonsense. I could potentially use the same sort of scheme. The scheme. The scheming scheme. Although, I guess in a way it almost does. Almost. So, nani? Oh my god. Here. Display? How much display? Never enough displays. I think with all these display extensions, I want these in some sort of module. Something separate from like the core, I guess you could call it. Which is the Navi. The Navi. The Novice. The Novice lady. And be like, hey, listen. Watch out. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. More CSS. CSS. The CSS stuff. The CSS stuff. Oh, now I'm curious, so I can make a span and give it an initializer list. Like, is that a thing? Question something. Give it string view. Meh. It's a string view. Oh, there's a string view. Matching constructor for initialization. Somewhere, Well, so much for having something easy. Oh, maybe I could do an array. No, array takes a size. That's like the most annoying thing. I don't want to give it a size. Because I don't know how many there are. I'm working on. I'm sort of like looking at ways of cleaning up my like Vulkan engines initializer thing. So good at words. Like previously, like the last stream, I added like some extension of sorts that lets Vulkan initialize itself and then render directly to a display output. But all of these, all of the like functionality that's required for this is offered up by extensions that may or may not be present. So I'm just like thinking to myself, maybe I can stick all of the functions related to the extension into some sort of like function, some sort of struct instead of just kind of like weaving them in everywhere. The mouse. The cursor mouse. The cursor is Miku. And then if we like highlight text, it turns into a leak instead of an I-beam. There's a couple of other odds and ends that it does. The leak spin. I don't think the leak spin. I kind of wish the leak would spin, to be honest. Loading. I don't know. I've never like had anything loading. I've never had a loading cursor. JS OS. We're not really doing that today. That has been like backgrounded while I work on this a little bit, or at least until I get over the current random issue that I've been fighting in it. Buffer overflow. When you're doing buffer overflow, to overwrite a return address, why does it crash? Unless you skip an end BR64. I'm not familiar with the end BR64. Which architecture is that on? Find. Is it not in here? It's supposed to be in here. Hmm. Hmm. This is very some CPUs. It would have to be new CPUs because they didn't have that last time I looked into the instruction set. I like get bind volume set. Get changes. Yummy. Alright, we get updated flavor. Updated flavor probably would help because the last version of this manual that I had sitting around was from 2016. So this one is a 2025 edition. End. Terminate an indirect branch in 64 mode. This opcode is a NOP when set indirect branch tracking is not enabled. And on processors that do not support set. This is one of the security features, I think. Procedure calls, block structured languages, something else, stacks, feature linking nonsense. I don't know if they tell me about set. You know, like match case. That'd be great. Control flow enforcement technology. Go to chapter 6. And chapter 4. 4. What's the thing in chapter 4? You lied to me. But it is basically a security feature of sorts. So, like, the instruction is telling the CPU to, like, crash or something. Throw an exception if it starts doing something that was not intended, such as overriding return addresses. Processors that support control flow enforcement technology support an additional stack referred to as the shadow stack. How ominous. The call instruction, when shadow stacks are enabled, additionally saves the state of the calling procedure on the shadow stack. The ret instruction restores the state of the calling procedure if the state on the stack and the shadow stack match. A shadow stack is a second stack used exclusively for control transfer operations. It's separate from the procedure stack. It is not used to store data. Hence, it is not explicitly writable by software. Writes to the shadow stack are restricted to control transfer instructions and shadow stack management instructions. Shadow stacks can be enabled separately for privilege level 3 user mode or privilege levels less than 3 supervisor modes. They're active only in protected mode with paging. They cannot be enabled for x86 virtual mode or whatever, aka the 16-bit modes. Nobody cares about those. Processors that support shadow stacks have an architectural register called the shadow stack pointer. It points to the current top of the shadow stack. It cannot be directly encoded as a source destination or memory in operands or instructions. Now, width, the address size attribute is likewise blah blah blah. The shadow stack pushes and pops are fixed or something. Hmm. don't know if they like explain a whole lot behind it. A whole stack is the canary. You now have something or other. Cause control protection exception if SSP is not aligned at 8 bytes. Yeah, I have no idea. Control protection exception. This exception can be generated due to a missing end branch instruction at the target of an indirect call or jump. So my guess would be is expecting some sort of something. I don't know that I've ever like worked with this before though, obviously. See, that's interrupts. Don't want interrupts because we're talking about user space stuff here. scary. Stack shenanigans. I don't know if you could resync it or not. I'm guessing that it might be possible, but probably difficult in some way. Because it's all based on control flow. Control flow is kind of, sort of involved a bit. I mean, it seems to say that it's only control flow values, but this could mean things like it processes all of the branch instructions, or like all of the call instructions, or all of the indirect call instructions. What are you? Terminate an indirect branch. An indirect branch. That means you would have to indirectly branch to something that has one of these. I don't really know what that would entail. See, those aren't going to be helpful because these are all going to be like privilege mode instructions. My guess is that maybe there's like a description here. I did not see a chapter 4, which is like control flow enforcement technology. That's not control flow enforcement. Instruction reference. Instruction reference. System programming. MSRs. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 is not chapter 4. I wonder I can't find this. They don't even put it in the right place? They can't even get their manual right. Oh, that's very Intel. Leave it to Intel to get their chapter numbers wrong. 5,000 page manuals. This is chapter 18. Does chapter 18 look anything like chapter 4? And no, it doesn't. Who put chapter 4 and very This isn't the first time I've found like errata inside of manuals. I'm sure it won't be the last. Shadow Stack is return address protection to defend against ROP. Indirect branch tracking is to defend against call and jump oriented programming. Cop and jump. Who comes up with these terms? Diverting the control flow instruction from its original target address to a new target. What do? You have a stack for control transfer. I think we covered some of that. Call instruction pushes return address. Return instructions pop the return address. Shadow stack is prevented from tampering. Store to the shadow stack and access fall under if the underlying page is not marked as a shadow stack page. Move and X save will not be allowed. Control transfer instructions. Near ret, far ret, I ret will fall if the underlying page is not a shadow stack page. Paging protection detects and prevents conditions that cause an overflow or underflow of the shadow stack when the shadow stack is delimited by non-shadow stack guard pages. Well, they went deep with that. Or any malicious attempts to redirect the processor to consume data from addresses that are not shadow stack addresses. My stack was framed, I tell you. Framed incorrectly. Tell that to the interrupt handler. The end branch instruction is a new instruction used to mark valid jump target address of indirect calls and jumps in the program. The instruction opcode is selected to be one that is a NOP on legacy machines, such that programs compiled with end branch new instruction continue to function on old machines without set enforcement. They never remove new instruction. Clearly. Clearly. Or maybe they remove it on a new revision. A processor that supports set the end branch is still a NOP and is primarily used as a marker instruction by the processor pipeline to detect control flow violations. CPU implements a state machine that tracks indirect jump and call instructions. When one of these instructions is executed, the state machine moves from idle to wait for end branch state. In the wait for end branch state, the next instruction in the program stream must be an end branch. If the instruction is not an end branch, the processor causes a control protection exception. Otherwise, the state machine moves back to idle state. Something about side channels, shadow stacks. It doesn't really say much about what an end branch would do if it's in the idle state, though. Switching shadow stacks. Constraining execution at targets of return. Instructions at the target of a return instruction will not execute, even speculatively, if the return addresses, either from normal or shadow stack, are speculative only or do not match. Unless the target of a return is also predicted. Return address would only be speculative only if it was modified by an older speculative only store. Indirect branch tracking. The next instruction retired after an indirect jump is not an end branch or an end branch 64 and 64 mode. Note that JCC, RIP relative, and far direct jump are not included, as these have an offset encoded into the instruction and are not exploitable to create unintended control transfers. And again, they have some for something. Processor implements two dual-state machines to track indirect call and jump terminations. One for user mode, one for supervisor mode. I mean, this seems to suggest that skipping the instruction would cause some sort of crash. But that doesn't make sense. CET allows software to designate certain indirect call and jump instructions as non-tracked indirect control transfer instructions. Software should use no-track prefix only if they have generated code to validate the possible targets of the call jump to be legal targets. When using the no-track prefix with call and jump, there is an absolute offset, which is specified indirectly in a memory location. It should ensure that such memory locations cannot be tampered. When instructions are prefixed with 3E and hexadecimal, they do not modify the CET indirect branch tracker. Far call and far jump instructions are always tracked. x86 does some absolutely absurd things sometimes. Transfers between user and supervisor mode. Int 3. These are treated special and wait for end branch. Occurrence of int 3 does not move the tracker to idle, but instead the breakpoint trap from the int 3 instructions respectively is delivered as a higher priority event. Something, something debugging. Drop the 18 plus jokes? I mean, I guess. As for whether or not I find them funny, that's sort of questionable. 19? This seems like an 18 plus plus joke. For real, for real. X86 pain. I don't know. I sort of find this vaguely interesting. It is sort of like a tangent that I'm sort of vaguely interested in because one of my side projects that I have not touched for a few years now is like it's like an operating system, a kernel, custom kernel, and it's written for like x86 platform. So occasionally I come across nonsense like this and I'm like, how would I implement any of it? Am I even aware that it exists? I'm gonna drink all my water. Limit or block speculation. Yeah, this seems to suggest that if you're in some sort of program state, like the end break instruction shouldn't do anything. This should only be for indirect branching. Actually be the push. I mean, push could cause a sig fault if your stack pointer, for example, is, you know, pushed pointing at something that's not a stack page. Which is the comrade's soul. Hello and welcome. Which is sort of especially relevant at the end of functions. Sort of. It is the ad break time. Very somewhat of the E. Everybody back. Back again. Back to the future again. Back to the future again. Nanaya. Yeah. I'm awake, really. E? E? I didn't do it. It's not my fault. I was just waiting for the ad break. Hello and welcome to the Sergeant Pepper. How is your stream today? Why am I being all scatterbrained? Why am I so scatterbrained? Work on anything fun today? Fun? Get anything good put together? Kind of hope it went well. The pub sub API. Yeah, they're kind of getting rid of that. They kind of got rid of that. I think Yuki VT also got hit by that. We need to give Sergeant Pepper a shout out though. 11-letter word that fits the pattern. S and T. Something, something, something. Something, something, something. Of course, I guess this is also like half the reason why, like, when I wrote my integration system, I built everything on top of event sub because, like, the documentation even said that the pub sub interface was deprecated. And I'm like, well, I don't want my thing to fall apart then. So when I wrote my interface, my integration, it's all event sub, all the way down. Hopefully the migration wasn't too difficult. I would hope. I would hope. I mean, event sub hasn't exactly been all sunshine and roses either, though. The thing of it. There were a couple of times when they added stuff to the event subs system and it derailed one of my programs or something. Because everything I run everything through the what's it called? It's like a Serday deserializer, and they added some sort of field parameter that like wasn't in the list of like some enum value, and my program was like, hold up a minute, it's not a valid enum value, and the whole thing crashed. I don't know why I laugh at this. The first time chat? They were supposed to have first time chat in the event sub. There's even like there's actually like supposed to be a condition in one of the enums for it. But I have never seen them actually set the parameter. It's actually kind of annoying. It's like they have this in the API, the event sub API, and then it doesn't even get sent. It's very annoying. Last week? I think it's been there for way more than a week, I'll tell you what. Like, it's in their documentation. It was in their documentation like months and months and months ago. And the fact that they still haven't added it is just kind of eek. I also sort of wish that they did the raider designation. The raider designation, when like people raid, their Twitch chat will typically be like, "Oh, this is a raider from such and such channel," like Sergeant Pepper, for example. Or it will be like, "This is a raider from this channel." And it will be like that for a little while. Event Sub doesn't tell me this. I don't even know if they have this parameter at all. It's very curious. Where was I at? I was over here. So far, I'm just like cleaning up and refactoring my like Vulkan engine thing, which is a bunch of C++. C and C++, and I wrote this lovely function. It loads a bunch of function pointers from an API given like an array of strings. It's an okay number of parens. It's got a little bit dense over here, but that's it's fine. It's fine, really. This is like a C-style cast into a function pointer. This is probably the most vicious line in the entire thing. So there's two halves of this. There's this part here. This grabs instance, grabs the address of the instance, turns the pointer into like a uint8 pointer. So I can add an offset to it. And then it turns the resulting pointer gets turned into a function pointer. So basically, this is like finding the offset of the first like function pointer and then getting a pointer to that. Because this is basically just, it's a structure with some data, and then there's like an array of function pointers in it. We want to grab basically a pointer to the first function pointer so we can fill in all the function pointers in a loop. Which is definitely a bit of a tongue twister. But like, yeah, we're basically just filling in a function dispatch table. But the function dispatch table isn't at the start of the structure, so we need to like compute an offset into it. Honestly, if I had all the function pointers inside of a structure instead, then I could just get the structure address instead of having to compute an offset. It's kind of a a lot of nonsense. I don't think it. Gotta match the function pointer. This is not really what we're doing. The function knows where it is because it knows where it isn't, and subtracts where it isn't from where it wasn't. So by taking the difference in the function pointers, I think I'd memorize all that nonsense. Honestly, if I were to write this in like Rust, which I probably would not necessarily do, it's kind of like, I don't know, there'd be like a slice of strings or something. It's like a slice of function name. And then we would like map these. And then there would be like get instance proc address or some such. And we would call that. And then the other part there, that one's not as clear because it's like the it's like the offset of first or it's like pointer to first function or pointer to function. Get pointer to function. And then there's like all the functions. And we get the first one or something. I don't know. I don't actually know how you would write that because like does Rust even do function pointers? Maybe. It would be considerably less cursed. But it would be 99% macros. Or maybe it'd be more cursed. I don't know. There's like no convenient way of writing any of that. Mem transmute. Mem transmute? Maybe. RC function? No, it wouldn't be that either. It would have to actually be function pointers. They would have to actually be pointers. Pointers aren't typically a thing that, like, you do in Rust. But, like, if you have something in Rust, it's just like... It's just like, what's it called? Flat something, and then it's like a pointer constant thing equals, like, your thing. And then, like, you would be like an unsafe block, and then you just like dereference your something. But the thing is, you can take pointers in Rust, and it's safe to do so. The thing that is unsafe is, like, dereferencing them. If you try to manipulate the pointer in some way that's not within the bounds of what is considered safe, then you need to, like, run one of those weird unsafe functions. And this is pretty solidly up there in the unsafe category. Because we're literally loading the pointers to functions at runtime. Like, that could definitely just completely fail. Very pointer. Funky equals foo. I don't know if that's quite the same thing as a function pointer, though. Like, in some ways it kind of is. And in some ways it's kind of not. I don't recall. Functions are weird. Functions do be kind of weird sometimes. Nah. Anyways, what I think I want to do here is to sort of figure out how to refactor my program in such a way that, like, swap chains get pulled out of the typical initialization path and turn into their own, I guess, their own kind of thing. Because, like, right now, the swap chain is sort of like, it's baked into, like, my device instance.
And it has been like vaguely bothering me that like the the what's it called, the swap chain is like this. Because like what if I don't have a swap chain? What if I'm being evil? And no swap chain. What if I want multiple swap chains? You know, like if we have like multiple outputs or something. All of these functionalities are things that like we don't have. The things that we don't have, the things that we didn't cover. So, given the fact that like I'm now sort of trying to lean towards making my engine support swap chains and like multiple swap chains and like multiple output devices, I might have to build abstractions over all of these. We got all the swap chain stuff in here. This is like formats and color spaces and so on and so forth. This is all part of initializing for swap chains. So this function here, who calls this? Who calls here? Troon. Very troon. The truest. The truest function in existence is often the most mysterious one of all. My ink. So we got a swap chain stuff here. And the swap chains want like source images or whatever. Do I like really? We really acquire the swap chain with a fence? curious. Sort of curious. Also, the fact that we like fence everything. Kind of eek. Fences are kind of expensive. They're also like not very good for like overlapping performance. Yeah. So I want some sort of like swap chain object. I think. I guess you could be structure. More structure. Swap image. I think we want shared pointer. Or maybe we want like a vector of swap chain. Yes, that would be kind of evil, right? If we could have more than one kind of output. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe frames should also be pointers. I don't know. Let's see, so I want swap chain to be a structure. A structure of some flavor. Very flavor. What do you have to be? You have to be in namespace. Let's see, I guess you would need images. And then a swap chain probably has swap images. Maybe a swap chain object. Probably. Swap. Swap image format. Do I want to keep that? And then I think I need this for something, or maybe I don't. I missed E. Alright, and then we have init swap chain. You
And they were gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. But I think we do need like some sort of function to actually make the swap chain, probably. I want this to be part of the... I don't even know what I need here yet. You need a surface. Need surface. It's basically we need to create swap chains from surfaces. So. Maybe I need an abstraction for surfaces. Swap image, frame buffer. Yeah, frame buffer. Oh no, not the frame buffers. This means I also have to do something for the frame buffers. This is what I get for not abstracting this stuff. So you have like a swap image, and the swap image is a frame buffer attached to it, and then the frame buffer is connected to something else. Frame buffer bone is connected to the render pass bone, and the render pass bone is connected to the pipeline bone, and then the pipeline bone is connected to the leg bone. This is where the legs actually come from in your video games. Everything is connected together the wrong way. Let's see. So device extents, those come from surfaces. Kind of. So I do want something here. Something to call all this stuff. Create swap chain, swap. Swap images or something. Or you could just be like an int swap chain. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. And then we probably also want to initialize this in some way. Like we probably want the device. Could be the curly ones. I don't care. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. You can be what? Virtual destructor. I think is required. Probably. Maybe. Perhaps. What else do I need? namespace. Can I have that namespace? Do not want the namespace indented? Thanks for nothing, you worthless indenter. Device. I don't know why I like doing that. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I could just make it a field or something. That would be fine. Swap present mode. I need that. Destroy. Yeah, all this stuff does use device. E. Can't make up my mind about something so incredibly trivial. I just like call you swap chain. That makes more sense, maybe. Yeah. Gotta wait for the device to be idle. And be like, if swap chain destroy. And then maybe we'll just borrow this. What are you? K malloc is not equal to the KZ malloc. And the slab is not equal to the mem map. Probably not. Not in the slightest. The Yalok. The Yalok. Let's call it Yalok. That sounds like a more word. Ekmalok. Ekmalok. It sounds like a horrible, horrible nonsense. I'm just gonna like grab all of this. Just paste it in here. I'm sure it will be fine. Your device. swap chains. Zero. I guess we have to put that in here. Include swap chain. Wait, you go in the if. Free, K free, not skib free, not K free, RCU. Look, memory management is important. There's lots of different ways of allocating all the memory. All of it. This is a little bit. No, we don't have any swap chains, do we? New swap chains. Make one of these. I'm gonna forget. We're gonna forget. We need the instance. And to call these functions, we need the instance, or we need the whatever, the surface device physical something or other capabilities, but we don't have that. I don't think we have that. You asked me this before. I feel like I was asked this before. Only with different companies. What do we got? Intel, Micron, Samsung, AMD. I'm definitely gonna... We're definitely gonna root out Samsung. I would not want to work there. Micron. I don't know anything about Micron. Other than I know they exist. Micron Technology, global leader in semiconductors.
Are you really, though? What did you memory? Possibly memory-related stuff? Make high bandwidth memory. DDR memory, SOCAM. Who knew? Who knew? It's interrupt 45 hexadecimal. One might even call it Vortex 5. But nobody knows that nonsense with the words. Hello and welcome. How did the stream go? I still think it's sort of a toss-up between like Intel or AMD, and I think I'd lean towards AMD personally. Sort of. I don't know though, that's a tough one. Because Intel does so much stuff. Intel does so many different things. So like, unless I were very definitively like going to work in a specific division, I'd probably say AMD just because I have no idea what I'm in for. I did not know that int 45 hexadecimal streamed stuff. I'm gonna shout out hexadecimal interrupt. I don't even remember what the interrupt was. Way to go. That's fine. That's fine. Have a good night. Have a good night. We're working on Vulkan. Vulkan is fun every so often. We are kind of doing some Vulkan stuff, mostly just some refactoring. Loads of refactoring here. I have this, like, Vulkan renderer written in C++, although it smells an awful lot like C in a lot of cases. Good bed. Maybe the interrupt is the bed interrupt. The sleep interrupt. We call this, and then we sleep. I don't think that's the case. There's too many different system calls. That's not NMI safe. Oh no. The NMI will ravage the stack. We can't have that. That could lead to triple fault. Or worse, double fault. No wait, triple fault is worse. What was I thinking about? What was I focusing on here? Instance. The instance has functions related to functions. Let's see. When you swap present mode, swap image format, we have that now. Swap chain is
local member variable now. Swap images is a local member variable. Swap chain. Or swap chain. What did I do? It's not my fault. Interrupted my Saka. Why have you interrupted the Mesaka? Oh no. Wait, you're not supposed to be... I don't know what swap images is supposed to be, is it? Oh, we have a name conflict. Yeah, you're supposed to be the VK images. Hello and welcome to the Lotus Cushion. Okay, this doesn't cover the case where we have the instance. You're into core. Fun. It's fun. It's fun, TM. It's fun, TM. Oh, no, wait, we don't want... I don't want the variable declaration in there.
Or maybe I do. Maybe it's an X turn? Probably not. Alright, let's go back to blockchain. Okay, that should be enough of the device. Maybe? Sometimes I wonder if I should like take the functions and then like write little wrappers around them. Let's see here. Surface. Surface. We want the surface. I think we want to keep track of the surface in some way. Some way. Min image count. Old swap chain. Well, you can recreate swap chains? Maybe I should read how that works. Maybe that would save me from having to, like, destroy the whole thing. Mm. Why are there
2 of these. Let's see, resource creation. Swap chain KHR. Or do I want swap chain create info KHR? Providing a valid old swap chain may aid in resource reuse. Very so much. I don't know if I want to mess with screen size and extents in here. We have to figure out where to put all that. 'Cause it really should not be in the middle of the swap chain function. Can I just set this to like, I don't know, 2? 2 is a good number. Two is a good number, right? Isn't 2 a lovely number? Or blub. Device. Swap chains. This has to be a list. An array. A vector. One of those things. I do destroy. Destroy. Destroy swap chain. Want the swap chain. And then I guess we'll call destroy. Or we could call reset if that would. That's also kind of relevant.
clear. That will destroy all the things. Yeah. Destroyed. It has been destroyed. That doesn't destroy the... That doesn't destroy things in there. That's not a pointer. That's not a pointer. Maybe it is a pointer. Little spaceship thingies are pointy. Kinda like pointers. Hmm. Here, what do we got here? No swap image format in whatever this hell this is. No swap images in Hue Present. Draw screen? I don't even know that I want to know how to draw the screen. Swap chain 0. I'm just gonna get the thing. We want the image. And the frame points at a swap chain image. I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is exactly what we want. Validate frame buffer. What do you do with validate your frame buffer? Create a frame buffer. The swap image view. Frame buffer image views. It's gonna ache.
Again, having the frame buffers be part of the swap image is kind of weird. How do I create one of these? Create info. I don't think we need the create info because we have to pass this into frame buffers. Where the hell were frame buffers? Oh, the frame buffer. Probably in there. Dual source frame buffer query. Jumanji, what are you looking for here? Create a frame buffer. Render path. Frame buffers. Finding which render passes it is compatible with. There's so many rules. Oh my god. Attachment image info.
On the one hand, I'm tempted to use like dynamic attachments. On the other hand, sort of tempted to like leave it in a compatible format. Doesn't involve that. I don't know though. Mm-hmm. Render pass begin. How did this all work? I don't even remember. We'll give it a render pass, we'll give it the frame buffer. The render pass must be compatible with the render path member of the frame buffer create info structure. Yeah, I think I've gotten lost in this thing a little bit much instead of actually doing the thing. Like, if we've got imageless attachments, has to be included with a begin path attachment. What's it called? Info structure. If I want to go the imageless route. Which I don't know. I don't know. Bound frame. Do we need a bound frame? I feel like we don't need a bound frame, but I'm also not sure. Stretch break? We might need a stretch break. That's slightly within the realm of things. This function, though, this looks like something that we need to put in swap chain. Like, validate frame buffer. Validate frame buffer. What you do? Swap image frame buffer. I mean, technically, we don't have to have like a frame index for this. I think we just need like an image index. So this is device. The image index. Yeah. It's because this designates compatibility. I don't think we need this bound frame thing. I think we're gonna get rid of that. Which is the Luna request. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. Let me rewrite that. Buffer delete. Luna is scrungly? That's not good. Not good at all. Seems like everybody be getting sick or something. I hope you feel better soon. One of these was I poking at, looking at. Was it device? Is it image? I think it was image. Got myself some hydration. Some much needed hydration. I have a stretch break sitting in my reward redemption queue thing. I think I'm gonna get up for another break. I might also want a snack. I'm not entirely sure. It has been a little while. How am I doing on the amount of time it takes me to return from break time? Not great. But not horrible. No, I don't want the snack time button. I think it's on the order of 25 minutes. Took me to get up, stretch a bit, make myself some food. I'm a little bit eek, but I've returned. I guess we can say hello to the next generation Loki. At least I think that's what that means. The Sky Gray TV. Timadness. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. Hope you are all good today. Decided I would make myself some kind of pasta thing. I think it was the correct decision.
much yummier compared to like the alternative. Mm. This is some kind of like meaty. It's got like meaty and tomato sauce. It's like seasonings in it, herbs and whatnot. And then I added some like basil pesto to go with it. You know, like, this plate has some heft to it. I don't know if I got myself too much or not. Well, I don't think we said hello to the poly glitch. Hello and welcome. Hello again to the Ray March. We are in fact snacking. Very snack. Very delicious. So this is like vaguely topical. I feel mildly concerned, or concerned? That's not the right word. Compelled to shout out the Ray March. I took the idea of like graphics pipelines And made a whole entire language around it. Sort of. I don't even think I can describe how crazy the project is that Ray March did. I don't even know the full extent of what you can do with it, other than like it's very fancy. Beta release. That's a pretty big milestone, I would say. No more extra language? Is this to imply that you have something? I don't know. What do you mean by this? Mm. Maybe, maybe? Much. Very snack. What I call this Bram with a 4? Elite 4? Hello, hello? I'm not very good at reading a lot of other languages. I'd love a pronunciation guide, maybe. Gotta write your O camel on a camel. And it can be like, oh, camel. We like dark mode this, yeah. What we got here? Of course, it would be a compute shader example. What do we compute here? Dispatch buffer. Get the buffer. A work group thread ID. I always set it to the thread positions. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as I first thought. I'm like, E. So we're just calculating thread stuff. Writing to different places in the memory. The eye twitches. There's a compromise between like staring at very bright light for like 8 hours and having my eyes be slightly twitchier when I look down. The latter is more of a compromise than I'm willing to make. I mean, I try to get it so that there's enough light shining on me. I think in order to get it proper, though, I'd have to get myself some diffusers or something. Was the render pipeline test? You make a test image from pixels. Very E. No, what do we got? We got 3 indices. What I can only assume is like a single instance in range notation. Very draw. Reproducible accuracy. The invariant. I guess that makes sense. Assemble a triangle list. Rasterize the triangle list. Putting render pipelines is kind of verbose. Yes. Because there's a lot that goes into it. Which means that most of these functions do like kind of a lot of things. Still like trying to get stuff out of my teeth. I just drink more water, that'll fix it. Like we're doing vertex assembly, and then we're rasterizing. Triangle is an array. And then I guess this is like binding these to something. I'm not actually sure what this is describing properly. So we got vertex index. The vertex index. Vertex index. Okay, yeah, okay. And that would just that would grab one of these. That would grab one of those. So I'm guessing this is like upcasting it or concatenating this into what, like a vector, a four component vector. Turning it into positions. And we rasterize the positions. And then you are converting the attachments into color targets. So this be like a single color target. And then our color target, we're just setting with vec2 of colors, I think. skipping the depth attachments, makes sense, kind of. So then I'm guessing this assembles everything. But yeah, it's kind of complicated. It's kind of hard to read it unless you actually know like what's trying to be accomplished. Because I don't know. To me, it's sort of like turned inside out almost, or outside in. Like normally, I think of it as like you'd have a shader that does all this stuff, and then you like, and then you like associate like the assembly and the rasterization with it. Whereas this is taking the outputs and the inputs and putting them in the shader in some way. Which, I mean, I guess it's a design choice that kind of almost makes sense. Puts the individual expressions into vertex and fragment shaders. About compute. Is it possible to weave compute into your render pipelines? Because that's a real world thing. People actually like weave compute calls in between draw calls, and it's crazy. I don't mind you giving me examples. This is kind of sort of vaguely interesting stuff. It's rendering related. It's got comments. Oh my god. Well, I mean, the previous examples, I guess, make it easier to read this notation. Be like, yep, we're grabbing a vertex from the buffer. I previously wouldn't have caught that very easily. The first buffer at that. Get push constants. One's favorite. Oh, we got clip position. Just a typical transform thingy. We're doing triangle strip this time. Oh yeah. It's all accuracy. Bill. That's an interesting way of expressing that. Color iterator. Flood filling the pixels. Well, I mean, almost is. Say that it's there's a little bit different stuff happening there, but like I guess it makes enough sense. Targets. I guess we're just grab this one. The blending goes on the target. I guess that sort of makes sense. Preferred name. I don't know. Like technically this is actually the act of rasterizing. Sort of. And then I don't know actually. Because if I were to think about it in terms of fragment shaders, it's kind of like I guess it's kind of like interpolating them. You are kind of sort of interpolating this per pixel or per fragment. They're overlap. I mean, that kind of makes sense. But like, when it comes to like fragment interpolations, there's different ways of interpolating them. Like, you can have flat shaded fragments, for example. I don't know if you accounted for flat shading fragments. Fill flat, I guess. I guess. I guess that would work. Honestly, flat shading actually has some weird what's it called? Some optimizations where you can put stuff in vertex shaders as opposed to like fragment shaders. I guess this makes me wonder if you thought of that or not. Because if you have something flat and it does math, the math can go in the vertex shade stage instead of the fragment shade stage. That's something to think about. Would bite you. On the mesh pipelines. I guess that kind of makes sense. I guess that kind of makes sense. Just graphics things. Just graphics shenanigans. Remap normals, drop Z coordinate. Remap coordinates. Honestly, I wish they had remapping of coordinates in like GLSL. Times 0.5 and plus 0.5 is basically like one of those like matrix transforms. But they look hideous. It's not as obvious what it's doing unless you do something like this or write a function. I kind of like that. That's sort of nice. Wouldn't it make more sense to like grab X and Y and then remap them though? Choose output shader language. Pipeline descriptor. What does the pipeline descriptor actually look like? I'm curious. I am curious. Halsey wish rust line. Do you use like line directives or something else? WGP render pipeline descriptor. can't say that I've worked with WGPU. But it does look very pipeliney. What are you? Location of a panic. It's basically your own flavor. I mean, that's sort of fair. That's sort of be fair. So something that's like rolling around in the back of my head is like, if you have a custom structure like this, I wonder if it's possible to serialize it. Like if I wanted to like build pipelines or something, in the shame, and then export them in some sort of format, and then, I don't know, import them into something like Key Engine, for example. That's sort of where my random thoughts go. Because I have all these like pipelining stuff, and some of it has been moving towards. I want some of it to get moved towards being more dynamic, so I don't have to like. So that my rendering pipeline isn't so fixed format or something. Write a conversion. Write a conversion. I might have to write myself a conversion. I might have to actually, genuinely, write myself a conversion function. Not that I would be very good at that. I don't support that at the moment. But it's definitely something to chew on. Alrighty, what do you do? Frame buffer. You're part of device. Frame index. Bound frame. I want to get rid of these whole bound frame nonsense. Example code. Well, it doesn't necessarily need to give me like example code. Like Vulkan is verbose enough that any reasonable Vulkan engine is probably gonna do its own thing anyway. So like if I want to dynamically load my pipelines out of some sort of files or something, that's sort of like
I don't know. Quite a lot. Whereas if I were going to turn it into like raw C++ Vulkan code, that'd be like a very verbose output. C++. Yeah, we have C++. So I'd want to turn it into like a data structure. If I wanted to use it, like I would turn it into like JSON or binary, and then the C++ code would call the appropriate setup functions or whatever. So this is why I'm like serialize. Gotta miss out on the good stuff. Gotta miss out on the good stuff. Type inference is probably the one thing that I wish C++ had more of. Like, there's auto, but auto's not the most comprehensive thing. I don't know if I'm 100% set on trying to like rewrite my render in like Rust or something. So let's get rid of that. A render path. So we need the render path. Device extents. Should not be getting extents. So did I put a thing in here? Import types. A GLTF parser. That's pretty crazy. That goes pretty deep, I guess. Do you have a render path? I think it does. We don't want to have to put that in here, though. We want that to be more dynamic-ish. Bindless or separately bound descriptor sets. What do I use? I think I set it up to use separately bound descriptor sets. Like I don't know if I'm ready to like try to get my engine to work with like bindless stuff.
This is create frame buffer call. I'm gonna slice that there. Yeah. Get rid of you. Get rid of the you. Okay, validate. To validate the frame buffer, got swap chains, got swap chain 0. Where the hell is swap chain? I mean, if you wanna write me a little serializer, I know serializers are a little bit obnoxious. I don't know. I might be willing to try it a bit, but like, I would need like dynamic. I would need like a bunch of dynamic. What's it called? Pipeline stuff. I mean, JSON would work, I think. Because I do have stuff that can parse that. The tricky part, though, is the fact that I don't really have any... I don't really I don't have like support functions to like load a pipeline from memory because we didn't implement that. Like, I think any format would require some effort on my part. Specialization constant. That does not sound familiar. It's probably not. At least that term does not sound familiar. The FFI. It comes with all the lovely flavors of mixed mode stuff. I don't know which one I'd want to do though. There have been a couple of times where I've considered trying to like make this a mixed language project. Every time I'm like, do I really want to commit to that or not? Just the trade splatter. Hello and welcome. Because every time I go between like Rust and C++, I'm like, in C++, I'm like, oh, I wish it had this feature from Rust. And then when I'm in Rust, I'm like, oh, I wish I could just do this thing that C++ would let me do. There's just no pleasing me. Sometimes there's just no place. What was I looking for? I forgot. I forgot what I was looking for. Swap images? Looking for swap images. Or no. Or no, I was gonna call validate frame buffer. Frame swap chain image. Does this fail? I don't think this fails. I think it fails in only one way. I think I do need this check though. We need image index to be less than swap images size. If it's not, if it's greater than, then we can return. That is all of that nonsense. You are updates. Why is all this stuff shoved into the middle of my draw function? So many things I have to pull out. Update and memory and pointers and memory and buffers and pointers and stuff. I don't care what about that does. Qualification. What is this qualification? Oh. Give me that. Oh. Get rid of that. Acquiring images. Yeah. Device, swap chain 0, an int. Device. I guess it's gonna be swap chain 0. Is the correct type? I think so. Although honestly, all of this should probably go inside. Much of this should probably go into the what's it called? Swap chain code itself, like maybe, so I can add like an abstraction over semaphores or some nonsense. Swap image format. Present mode. Image format. Render attachments. Yeah, we can't render to a swap chain. It's kind of one of those things. It's like one of those things that I wanted to automate. Like if we're making a render pass, which should be a data structure of some flavor. Basically like the final output before
present call is going to be like, we want that to be in a format that's compatible with the thing. Why am I forgetting the word for this? The swap change surface. Yes, the swap change surface has to be in the format that the render path supports. Thank you for Gamma Prism. I have now been highly irradiated. Highly irradiated. You like radiation, right? Render color attachments, subpath. Where's render attachments? Where do we put all this? Render pass create. Create render pass. This should have like a data structure associated with it. It really should. So that we don't have like a bunch of fixed format things. Render stuff. Fixed format render stuff. Very E. And then you get turned into render path that gets used in frame buffers. Maybe. Pipelines. Probably. Final pass. Final pass. So this has to be in the appropriate format, and that's pretty much it. This thing doesn't work because it's missing this field.
Where am I gonna grab that value from? Very, hmm. Begin rendering. I don't think that requires. I don't think that requires. I don't remember how I set all this stuff up to work, but now we have to like break it all. We have to break everything. So it's like this only needs to sort of exist. The final output stage. Technically. Otherwise everything is like dynamic rendering and whatnot. Those are all dynamic. Very so many Ow. Ow, 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 ow. I think I've spent more time staring at this than actually writing things. I think that's kind of the way of it, though. It's a mini E. Oops. Frame buffer image form. I don't think this actually. I don't think we changed those. I think it was my intention to have it like look them up and then like validate them. And we just never did it. There's a lot of stuff in here, which I'm like, oh, I'll get to it later. Well, I think now is I think later is now, and yeah, yeah, we might have to actually deal with some of this finally. Like, I really did not design this thing. Around the notion of having like multiple swap chains or whatever. So we got swap chains. I'm gonna push a shared swap chain. Why is it with this capitalization on the device? Let me just like make you like that. Enjoy your breakfast. Take care. And I guess good luck with like the beta release. Certainly been a long time coming, that's for sure. I like take you. What's that? Swap present mode. Swap image format.
And then technically we also probably need the surface. We need the surface. We do not have the surface. Whatever this thing is complaining about does not exist. It really does not exist. Okay, that's an interesting warning to have. I don't know why this is like complaining. Let's just close image. Yeah, we'll close image. Then we will reopen it. And then we'll stare at this for a hot second. A surface is kind of like an image, right? Maybe I can put surface in the image file or something. It's not quite the same, but like, it might be okay. It might be
fine. Native platform, surface, or window objects. I mean, if you think about it, surface basically is some sort of image of some sort. One that we can, like, output to. But in a very abstract way. Determine whether a Q family of a physical device supports presentation with given surface. I don't think I've ever run this function. This is what we like to call throwing caution to the wind. Like, it'll work, really. It will be fine, really. I should maybe stick this in my code somewhere. Probably. Maybe. Or maybe not, I don't know. I don't know. Surfaces are kind of sort of related to swap chains, I guess, in a way. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe not, I don't know. Got all those transform nonsense. All that transform nonsense. We got the surface, the surface, the surface. What are you? We got the surface. And we got extents of the surface. We got what? Physical device surface info. Yeah, platform independent. Physical surface info 2. Full screen exclusive info. Full screen exclusive info Win32 or whatever. Surfaceless query. Why would I want a surfaceless query? Very There's a whole bunch of capabilities. Uh, surface info. Full screen exclusive extension. I don't know if I wanna. Yeah, I don't know if I wanna support that or not. Like, I'm tempted to just take physical device surface info to KHR structure and stick it in here. Then I have it. That it is where it needs to be. That might work. Surfaces can supposedly change size. That's sort of another thing. I'm gonna put this in here. Capabilities. Caps. No. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. And then I think we'll also put this in here. We want surface KHR. Wait, what's the operator? Oh, I forgot. Oh. Like this. It's like that. If you want to become surface, you will become surface. Become surface. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Surface. Alright, current extent. I'm gonna want that. Probably. Very E. Swap image format. That swap image format was used or set. Is that in here somewhere? Am I forgetting this? Yeah, there's swap image format in there. So we got like device surface formats. Device surface formats. Present modes. See, what is the present modes? Kinda eek. And getting formats can return a value. I think. Wait, I have the same file open in two different places. No, I don't. I'm losing it. I think I'm losing it. What do I call this thing? Surface? Rubber? Not even. It's vulcanizing. My brain? It's vulcanizing. It's vulcanizing. It's turning into rubber. Cause Vulcan. The KGEF physical device supported frame buffer mixed samples combinations brain matter envy. Basically. There's this thing with presentation modes.
Let's just grab all of this. What are you? This? Something like that. The show error. Zen modes. Everything is present modes now. Get formats modes. I'm words. We know words. Really, really. Presented nodes. Please respond. Please result. What do we need for surface? Surface. If it makes surface, I think we're gonna need surface KHR. Probably. Maybe get formats can be part of creating the surface. I don't know though. Resolve response? Well, we're responsible for this. Who's responsible for this response?
nonsense. Nonsense, I tell you. Capabilities. Maybe that should be a function. The real nonsense here. Who's the real nonsense? Who's actually responsible for the nonsense? W select support. And assembling the nonsense. Maybe you can hunt down A squared. 31415. Get them to do it. Get actual serious instructions. Or maybe you could start harassing my Sokka to make that assembler that I was talking about. That assembler that I keep putting off. The Vulcan sauce. Assembler. I hardly know her. It's kind of the joke I expected. Something, yeah. I'm gonna take this surface thingy and wrap it. We want to wrap it. And I can call that formats. Get all the formats. Get format 0. Maybe. Maybe, probably. Device, and then, let's see, what do we need here? We need surface. We need to actually grab the surface. And we do that in here. Surface capability. This takes physical device as well, so too much. Put that in there. And then let's see here. Info is already like set up. And capabilities is already like built into the thing. We just have to call this function. Oh dear, that's too simple. I don't know if it's supposed to be that simple looking. I'm gonna add some complexity, like show error. We show error. We no show error. And then swap chain. I'm going to point this at a surface. To make device, you need give shared pointer to one of these surface wrappers. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Why you no go? Why you no go? I think I broke it in some way. I don't know why it won't complete for me. It's supposed to be able to complete for me. Magique. Render attachments. Render attachments. Render attachment. Can you render your attachments? chain 0, chain, grab swapped image, use swap chains. Swap chains is empty. And then I guess we render without any of that. Start. Let's see, did we grab? Did we resolve swap chains at this point? Swap chains, yeah, those are up here. The thing that kind of depends on it is render attachments. Or more specifically, the render attachment format. I guess we would want to pick a format. We support multiple formats. I don't want to pick one. We didn't pick one, did we? Did we? Did we? I don't know. The entirety of like this render pass thing depends on the what's it called? The swap chain here, because the swap chain is being used as an attachment. It's kind of eek. New source subpath. Destination subpath. Assembly? Assembly? That is not necessarily something that has anything to do with this project. That's one of those stream features. I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but there's a bunch of like little floaty triangles like drifting across the screen. Have you seen those? The triangles are like a representation of what are called like of like these little virtual spaceships of sorts. And each virtual spaceship is controlled with like its own virtual computer of some sense. And you program the virtual computer using like an assembly language. So there's like an assembler that turns the like esoteric assembly language into like binary stuff, and you can load that into the like the little thread to make these spaceships fly around in a way that's not pure chaos. Or not, I don't know. Also, hello and welcome to the Graffiti 82. Hello, hello. The virtual machines. Each one is a virtual machine. They are a Wave 2 virtual machine. It's like an esoteric assembly thing. It's like a 16-bit machine with like a bunch of like SIMD stuff. So it's very much a thing that takes some amount of doing to get it working. External to pass 0.
very custom esoteric architecture. Truly, truly. Very custom esoteric architecture. IBM. Did it? It now works? You broke it? Why did you broke it? It now works? Why did you unbroke it? Why did you broke it your brain? I'm supposed to broke it your brain. Oh, chain 0. No, size. Okay, okay. You worked on a system 390? S390X? Very eek. Sync to live chat activity. And you have to program it using like chat commands. But if you just want a spaceship on the command on the screen, you can like summon one, and then you can like set the color of it. No programming required for that, just some fun chat commands, I guess. You can contribute to the chaos. You want format? VK format. It's a little bit eek. It's maybe a little bit eek. IBM mainframes. Big endian. Do they still encode all of their text in EBCDIC? Is this still a thing? I feel like that's probably still a thing. I've like taken all that. We need. What do I need? I need render paths to maybe exist.
Because now anything that refers to the render path, if we don't have images, it's going to be broken. Very fundamentally, completely and totally broken. See, bound frame doesn't exist. I got rid of bound frame. I think frame index, though, that still might... It might still work. Maybe. Probably. Maybe not. Swap chains. Oh, yeah, we can't do inference on this. To our shared pointer to swap chain. So we have swap chain, and we also want to check swap images. Image does not have bound frames, so we're going to just maybe get rid of all that. Yeah, just delete all of that. No, that's the best way to go about it or not. But, very oops. No, I want this. There were like really no more errors. Did we resolve all of the compile time errors? Now I just have to deal with the mess of errors related to, like, not doing things the right way. There's so many things. So many steps to this. There's so many steps to this. This is quite the refactor.
is quite the refactor. Refactoring kind of sucks. It sort of does. Because then you're like, did I write the code yet? No, I did a whole lot of stuff, but I don't think we wrote the code for the thing that we were writing. Or struggling to motivate yourself to complete the refactor. Because you gotta snip it up into chunks and you can't figure out how to do it. Why am I melting? Alright, I had enough of like flying all over the place and melting all the time. We're gonna turn the light on, the crazy light. I'm gonna burn my eyeballs out. So that it doesn't... So maybe I don't melt as many times. I can go crazy. Tracking be crazy sometimes. Yeah. The Tringles. All of the Tringles. Also, hello and welcome. The Sin Dev, I love pie. And the Yingling. And the Orlin the Mage, who has requested I hydrate. And the Scratchy Heads. We don't have enough hype. I mean, it's always triangle. It's all triangles. It always has been. It always has been. Swap image format. I don't think that we picked an image format. I don't think inside of inint, or is it start? Why is this one called start and the other ones are called inint? Ray tracing, it could do other primitives like ovals or circles. How do I drink without the water bottle? It's it's water. We're drinking water, clearly. Can't see the water. You drink the water. The triangles. Triangles. You were not listening to my explanation about the triangles. If we're talking about the little floaty triangles, each one of these is like a virtual 2D spaceship which is controlled by a computer. And you have to program the computer to send commands to like the engines of the spaceship, and that makes the little triangle do something different. There's like 3 or 4 different levels you have to go to make those do stuff. So, yeah. On the user side, there's a couple of chat commands, and then if you want to do anything beyond like summoning one and like making it change color, you have to write code. You have to write code, and you have to paste your code into the chat in like a hexadecimal binary format, and then we gotta write the codes. Gotta write the codes in the hexadecimals. We're not writing code in the hexadecimals. We're writing the codes in the what's it called? The C. The C of the plus variety. Clearly. Clearly. Gotta have some of that code. Clearly, obviously, maybe, probably, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Everything is mush at this point. I don't want to code in D. That is not a language that appeals to me at all. I guess probably not as bad as I would think, but like, I don't know. It's one of those object-oriented languages. And I'm not necessarily all about that. If oop, use Python, else use C. If web, use JS. Basically. Free. Code in x86 machine language. Not the assembly, the actual machine language. I don't think my computer has switches on it. Do I have any switches? I don't think I have enough switches. I think I'm gonna need to order some more switches. Personally, I prefer TypeScript over like raw JavaScript any day. I don't know if I would actually subject anyone. Old computers with the switches? I have seen the old computers with the switches. Yes. Yes. Because I am very much into like retro computing hardware. This is like sort of like a hobby of mine. Unfortunately, I don't have anything with like switches, but I've considered like making stuff like this. Because you can't program your computer by toggling the switches on the front panel. Are you even computing? I don't even know if you're computing at that point. I think the closest I've gotten to like programming in assembly machine language would probably be typing in like raw hexadecimal codes into like a 6502 based computer, which is just marginally easier than flipping the switches, but not by much. Not by much. Honestly, I don't think it would be very difficult to have a keypad that you type hexadecimal codes into. I don't know if it's the best idea or not, but it's a thought. Wrote a function that allows a library to unload itself. It's a ROP chain that unloads the library and exits the thread. That's kind of fun. That's kind of sort of fun. I haven't written too many ROP chains. I've only ever done it like kind of experimentally at times. I don't remember the last time I did that. What was it? I have no clue. Give nightmares for the AIs. Maybe. Either that or you're like your CPU would just throw a hissy fit. It came up earlier in the what's it called? Earlier in the stream, someone was actually talking about ROP chains and how like there's like these instructions now on modern x86 processors that like set up shadow stacks or some silliness like this. And the stacks are used to like they're used to like mitigate against like stack smashing. And it was kind of a fun read earlier. It mitigates against unintended ROP chains and also unintended like branches. But still, it was It was kind of an interesting read. I was like, it's not actually stopping much other than like if your program runs away. Like if you properly, yeah, it's what would they call it? It's like control flow execution something. Technology. Something. I don't know. I've already forgotten. Face desk. Somebody needs to go like face desk. I don't want to do that because my keyboard is in the way. That would have hurt. It'd be like face keyboard. Face keyboard is not the same as face desk. Face desk is a valid address. It could be a valid address in like 64-bit mode. If you're in 32-bit user mode, it's kind of a toss-up. Most operating systems don't let you jump there. Unless 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 you have an operating system that maps in the entirety of the address space and then like trampolines itself out to the operating system calls. Then you could call it in 32-bit mode. But no one's gonna do that. No one's gonna do that. OS. The OS can store itself on a different like page map. But like if you're talking like a conventional kernel, most conventional kernels will split the memory into like either into like a 3-in-1 or like a 2-in-2 gigabyte split, depending. And it usually ends up putting itself up and programs down. So like it would have to be you'd have to have a custom kernel that loads itself in such a way that like face desk is a valid address in user space, or you could call it from like kernel space. It's totally valid in like all the kernel space. Anything is valid in kernel space if you try hard enough. Although if you're in like physical page mode, I think there's usually an aperture or like a ROM at that address. So you have to be in virtual mode, protected mode, or long mode. One of those. Map something there. I'm getting extremely distracted, aren't I?
address 0. I think that would be like physical mode, maybe. Physical pages, maybe. But like in Windows, if you're in a user space program, the kernel is like mapped to the upper gigabyte of memory. So anything from C whatever up. You can't get at that. Except for the null page. Null pages. I think there's more than one. Or maybe it's just copied. Maybe the null page is just copied a bunch of times. Well, no, because they normally have everything unmapped. Oh, no. I'm just... this is not the route that we need to go down right now. Fun though it may be. Think about. You got your surface formats. Line code. I don't think that will tell you because that doesn't deal with memory mapping. At least I don't think it does. Normally it's the kernel responsibility to memory map stuff. Surface format. Surface we worked hard for. I mean, I might have to do manual memory mapping. But it's still... It still has to call, like, the Linux functions to, like, map the pages and stuff. What do we do here? We're picking modes. We're picking modes. Reserve all the pages. All of them. I'd be surprised if, like, the memory map function didn't, like, support specifying an address, because I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Well, it could be that this wasn't originally supported. Imagine coming up with good APIs. Imagine having to come up with good compatible API code for ancient systems that no one in their right mind would ever touch. And you can't pull it out, or gods forbid, everything explodes. Where's that stupid surface? Create display plane surface. Simulate NT-style thread synchronization. Very, yeah, I don't think you could pull that off without kernel support. That's kind of eek. That's kind of sort of eek. Surface. Yeah, formats. That should have like present modes. Surface formats. And then we gotta pick one. And then we gotta pick one. And then, let's see here, this has to go in the swap chain. It has to go in the swap chain. Because the swap chain is associated with a surface and a device, technically. Maybe something else as well, I don't know.
And then we got this thing. And then we got this thing, the extent value. Extent is supposed to be like what we're drawing on or how much to draw if we don't have an output, don't have a swap chain, and I don't know if we want to have this in here. I don't know if we want these like transforms to be calculated in here. I don't want to, definitely don't want to like call this like transform calculation multiple times or in multiple places. This is a little bit eek. This is a little bit eek. Ow. I also don't know if we want to like try to adjust the number of images in the swap chain to be like more than one. Like that is essentially a setting. This kind of defines the number of like buffers or whatever. So we can like triple buffer or double buffer the screen window or whatever. Double triple buffer. Double triple duffer. Ooh, and then you are the number one. I did not put a value on that. What is this? Q family index count. Make a swap chain that's compatible with multiple family image something. Q families or whatever. Image create. Swap chain create. Q family index. Number of Q families having access to the images of the swap chain when image sharing mode is concurrent. A pointer to an array of Q family indices having access to the images of the swap chain when sharing mode is concurrent. If the sharing mode is not concurrent, then do I need that? Shared present supported usage flags.
If sharing mode is concurrent, this must be a valid pointer. This count must be greater than 1. Element of the Q family indices must be unique and be less than Q family property count. So I don't need that. Do I? I don't think I need that. Present mode is not present mode shared demand refresh nor shared continuous refresh. Minimum image count must be greater than or equal to the value returned in the min image count. Minimum image count must be 1 if present mode is either shared demand refresh or shared continuous refresh. Image format and image color space must match the format and color space members respectively of one of the surface format KHR structures returned by get physical device surface formats KHR for the surface. I couldn't do it in one breath. Swap chain maintenance 1 feature is not enabled. The next chain must not include a swap chain present modes create info extended structure. Min image count must be less than or equal to the value returned in the max image count member. Specify compression properties and a compression control. Applications can modify the presentation mode used by the swap chain on a per presentation basis. However, all presentation modes the application intends to use with the swap chain must be specified at the swap chain creation time. Specify more than one presentation mode when creating a swap chain. Include present modes create info X structure in the next chain. Very so much I have no idea why the hell I would want that. There's no clue. I don't know. I read some of these extensions sometimes and I'm like, why would I need that? I got present mode, extent format, usage flags. Sharing mode is exclusive. So these could be like null. Only needed for what is it? Sharing mode. I don't know. Shared. Concurrent.
Concurrent. Never know what you find in here. All sorts of crazy things, apparently. I am a little bit tempted to, like, do this as, like, qualified fields. Are you flags? You're probably flags. You are surface? Min image count. Image format. Image color space. Image extent. Image array of layers. Image usage. Image sharing mode. Q family index count. PQ family indices. Pre-transform. Composite alpha. Present mode. Clip. Old swap chain. This is a little bit eek. I can put all the image properties together or something. Because I love doing that. I don't know why. Just the I don't know. Hello. So you can go here. NT sync sounds like a nerdy version of NSYNC.
For real, for real. Too real. Too real for me. Are you composite alpha opaque? Surface capability. I guess composite alpha sort of makes sense. Kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost. But not quite. If I were the Vulcan driver itself, I wonder if it's possible to, like, pretend to support all of these things. I don't know if I want to go down that whole rabbit hole of trying to become a driver. Be the driver. Be the graphics driver you've always wanted to be. Not enough filling of the holes. I cannot fill the whole entirety. There's too many references to this thing. Oh, yeah. Here, yeah. Where do you get used? Mem copy? Yeah, indeed. See, I want a function. Which is, update extents. Transform extents. That's sort of a verbose name, if I ever saw one. Sorta, maybe, kinda, perhaps. Too real. Too real. symbol functions. Maybe not method. Wait, does device not have any method zones? Does? They're just in here, I guess. Device. Update something or other. Update transform extends. Extend. I want to do these calculations. Calculate all of that. All of that. Very Begone file. Begone crazy file. I would call update. And then we can just put that in there. Slightly nicer. ad break time. You know what that means? I get to watch my soccer. As an alpha sort of makes sense, kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost, but not quite. Pause alpha sort of makes sense, kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost, but not quite. Composite alpha sort of makes sense, kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost, but not quite. Sounds exactly like Mesaka. Composite alpha sort of makes sense, kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost. Too true. Checks out. Checks out. Composite alpha sort of makes sense, kind of, maybe, probably, perhaps, sort of, kind of, slightly, probably, perhaps, kind of, sort of, almost, but not quite. What do I do now? What do I do now? I'm just a little bit verbose. We're just a little bit verbose once in a while. You know, that's how things go. I swear I know what I'm talking about. Or maybe I don't. You never know. You never know with Mesaka. I usually figure it out, though. I figure it out eventually. That's kind of how this goes. This whole project has been going all kinds of different directions. Project has gone so many different directions. What do we got here? We got abstractions for swap chain, and we got abstractions for surface today. Those are both pretty epic. Like, for real, we don't need this part anymore. We need to put this wherever we call init swap chain. Which is like if swap chains is empty, then we want to set some sort of like default transform extent thing. Because reasons. Let's see, what did I want to do inside init frame? I think we wanted to set the extent height here. Off-screen extent. In a technically, I don't think we have any extent values. Although technically the extent values are supposed to be associated with like whatever the current like render target is. Not not the swap chains necessarily. So I might want to add a layer of abstraction at some point, which is like a swap chain render target, or maybe render passes can be an abstraction. Hmm. I think the render pass abstraction is going to happen on the next stream, probably. We need to finish this one up so I can be done for the day. Any errors? Think we have any errors? I don't think we have any errors. Missing includes. I don't know what that's all about. Not what I wanted though. Debug module. So if anything goes awry, it's because I got the abstractions wrong. Which, that's possible. I could have gotten some abstractions wrong. That's very, very really possible. What are you, surface? Instance surface? Surface we worked hard for? I'm gonna get rid of that. The windowing system surface should come from this part. Right, 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 right. No, no, not right. Yeah, this should not be part of the instance at all. This should just be a surface. And then we can maybe get a surface. Maybe. Maybe. Save view, swap chain to CPP. I don't think we added this file to like the project linking thing yet. Actually, come to think of it. Steal this one. Swap chain. Destroy surface. Yeah, I don't think we destroyed the surface. Be like, no accept? No exceptions. No exceptions. Yeah, if we have surface, we're going to be able to call destroy surface. Stumbling the uncertain abstract 10,000 plus lines of code. We have sleeping? We have to be sleeping? Do we know? Do we really know? I didn't even call surface destroy. Surface. The surface. Destroy. No exceptions. We have surface. No, wait, what's it called? Info surface. No, wait, null that out. And then you call destroy. Maximum destruction. Dumbfounded. Very founded. Very dumb. I don't have a dom. Sometimes we just gotta dumb. What do we do? C make the thing and then build the thing. And you cross your fingers and you hope it links. It does appear to link together. That's pretty epic. That's pretty epic. Do we test it? Do I go out of my way to test it? Or do we leave that for some other time? I got Wayland platform. There's some sort of command that like lets this thing import to something or other. Greetings. Hello. Hi. Welcome. How am I? I am a little bit worn out. Dumbfounded. I don't know. Don't read too much into it. I see the word Dom and I think of like XML or like HTML DOM. I don't know. I find it slightly amusing, the names that people come up with. Destroy. Not destroy the may suck. Do not destroy the Mesaka system. It's only 6. It's only been 8.5 hours of stream. I'm good, I assure you. Although it has been 8.5 hours of stream, and I've been very regularly going over that. Only. 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 You have not seen my past broadcasts, have you? You know, 11 hours, 8.5, 11, 10, 11, almost 10, 9, almost 12, almost 12, almost 12, 13, 10, 15, 10, almost 12, 11 and a half, almost 11, 10 and a half, 9, almost 11. I kind of go for a while. When I go, we go. We go kind of intently. Kind of shocking in a way. Kind of surprising in a way. Like, I just how far I take these streams. Triple A. Quadruple A. 10x developer. Clearly. And to think, I haven't had coffee in ages. Something else. Titanfall 3 got yeeted. A yeet? I don't remember much about Titanfall. I can hear the name. I've probably seen trailers for it before. But, like, I don't know that I've ever paid attention to it. Are there 300 plus jobs tossed to the winds? When do I prepare before streaming? I make sure I have water. I usually eat something. I usually have some sort of like hot drink. And then I push all the buttons that I need to make stream go burr. I have to come up with like 3 different title slash live notification things. I have to start up like a dozen programs. Or more likely than not, just start up like 2 programs that I happen to have running most, and the rest is left running all the time. Turn on a bunch of lights. I don't know. Apart from coming up with a title, I don't do a whole lot of preparation. I eat something. I make sure I have supplies. I click the go live button and then I start yapping for hours. That's how we go apparently. I don't know about break time. I would say, if anything, it would be time to end the stream almost. Because, I don't know. We routinely go over 8 hours, and 8 hours is sort of like the objective. Ending the stream is a break time. Day-long break time. "24-hour break." Not really. I have to wake up and do stuff again. Stretch after the... I never stretch after the streams. I get out of my chair, I usually, like... I don't know, put some stuff away. I snack again if I'm hungry. Usually at the end of streams, I end up going to sleep or some such, but it's not without watching everything. The stretch is a lie? No, if you redeem the stretch breaks, I am kind of morally obligated to get out of my chair and actually stretch. Let's go to index 10. We get a virtual machine dump. Very E. R0 is very random. Broadcasts. The broadcasts go for, I don't know, between 8 and 9 hours typically. It's sort of the objective. And I've been like streaming like 3 days a week. I feel like this is a good compromise because that gives me other days to keep myself busy. I don't know, honestly. I thought about going back to streaming like 4 or 5. But then I'd have to toss up my programming and my schedule. And by programming, I mean like stream topic. The MV. Not the V. MV. I want VM, not MV. Very E. Emily. I find myself buttons and I need to click here and then get up for like a it returned. Hello again. Hello again. What is that? Maybe like 12 minutes. Pretty close. I rematerialized. As opposed to being dematerialized. Very highly hydrated. Very extremely. Hydration is important. That's part of stretching. Right. Yeah. Okay. I thought there was one of these that was for something. The nav module? All the nav module stuff is still unimplemented. We have a couple of, I think a few different streams to get that to work. Buffer swapping. Buffer swapping. What, in Vulkan? Sort of. Kind of, sort of. We're not actually going to implement different platforms. I thought there was like a... There was a thing in here for getting like surfaces from Linux DRM, where you can like get a Linux DRM host or some silly nonsense. Maybe that was in the extensions list somewhere. I don't know if you're in there. Oh, you're not in the extensions, are you? Is it layers and extensions? Acquire DRM display. I think this... Oh, this is the entire display. Digital restrictions management, as they say in the free software industry. That's what it actually is. That's what it actually literally does. It applies digital restrictions. External memory DMA buff. It's a type of file descriptor defined by the Linux kernel that allows sharing memory across kernel device drivers and across processes. This allows applications to import a DMA buff as device memory, to export device memory as a DMA buff, and to create buffer objects that can be bound to that memory. External memory FD. Okay, so what the heck layers on top of DMA buff? DRM format modifier? Only module implemented. Well, the public repository for the VM is basically the working copy. Unlike some of my other projects, that one is actually kept up to date. For example, a Wayland compositor and client made by relying modifiers over this protocol negotiate a vendor-specific tiling format for the shared buffer. The client may allocate the underlying memory for the buffer GBM, providing the chosen modifier. The client may then import the buffer into Vulkan for producing image content, providing the source's DMA buff to the memory, import memory FD info, and then its modifier, image DRM format modifier explicit create info extension. Build it all in Zig. But then I'd have to learn Zig. Compositor may then open the WL buffer to OpenGL for sampling. Setting the resources DMA buffer and modifier to EGL create image. Compositor may also bypass OpenGL and submit WL buffer directly to the kernel's display API. Learning Zig is kind of on my to-do list, but I don't know if I want to like rewrite a huge portion of my project with it or not. Image creation parameters are usually explicit. Creating the image, the application first verifies the physical device supports the received creation parameters. Then the application creates the image by chaining DRM format modifier explicit create info extension and external memory image create info onto an image create info. New commands: get image DRM format modifier properties. New structure DRM format modifier properties. DRM format image DRM format modifier properties. Extending format properties 2 with DRM format modifier properties list. And then it extends image create info with image DRM format modifier explicit create info and image DRM format modifier list create info. And we extend physical device image format info 2 with physical device image DRM format modifier info extension. If KHR format feature flags 2 or Vulkan 1.3 is supported, then there's also DRM format modifier properties 2 and DRM format modifier properties list 2. use you. I'm not entirely sure about that one. Oh, back up there? Eternal memory? May buffer something. Oh, yeah. Image DRM format modifier. Snacks. I had pasta. Nine-hour stream be crazy. Onibakuman raid be kind of crazy. Maybe. Hello. Welcome. How goes things? How go the stream? What might you have been up to? Got back from Weebland. We have all the weebs. All of them. All of them. But don't you know, Misaka is kind of a weeb. Need to shout out the Onibakuman. This is important. It's part of protocol. Standard Misaka operating protocol. I'd say I'm doing pretty good, but like I'm a little. I don't know. I'm sort of starting to feel that the 9 hours. A little bit. Let's get charged extra import duties. Too many extra import duties. That's the catch with importing products. It's kind of E. There's no way they're gonna make them in America. I'm gonna get Final Fantasy merch in America. Let's buy it on like Etsy or something. I don't think they'd be very happy about that, though. I had this music turned up earlier from when I was doing stretching. 3D print. Yes, I will. I would like to 3D print one mouse pad, please. Sounds like a lovely idea. If you are joining me, I've been working today on what's it called? Vulkan. It's refactoring my Vulkan engine. Trying to get it into a good place where it can support like multiple render targets and multiple like what's it called? Multiple swap chains, so that it can directly access and render to backend surfaces. The way this particular application works, it renders directly to the screen. It kind of renders directly to the screen. I know I was reading earlier before stream whether or not we support DRM release. I don't think we do. Oh, if I want to like test run the program, we have to like shut down Sway. You have to kill the window manager because the program takes over the screen. I'm kind of like making the thing act almost like a window manager. Except it doesn't manage windows, it just renders to the screen. They make filaments in the USA? I don't know. I think they do in some places, but like, I wouldn't count on it being cheap. Be working on? I guess we're sort of between actual topics. Separate Wayland display. Can't really render to Wayland displays. Like the display that we would render to is currently being used. So unless I like tell Sway to like disable the other screen or something, which I'm kind of using. I kind of use both the screens. It's kind of it won't really work. I suppose if I had another like physical display, I could like plug another one in and maybe render to that. Thank you for evil. Speaking of evil, you may have given me an idea about how I want to test this. I may have to get myself another display. And plug in a third display? Or would it be a fourth display? Technically it's a third display, because the card only has 2 displays plugged into it. monitor before May 2nd. I'm not buying one. I'm going to probably just dig up some old kind of half mess functional ancient LCD panel of questionable integrity and then plug that into the monitor port thing. CRTs? I don't have a CRT, and I definitely cannot plug a CRT into like a digital output. No, without a converter, and I don't have a converter. Graveyard stream. E. Too much E. Making Unreal Mabinogi? I mean, I heard about that years ago when they announced it. Second computer capture card. I mean, the only capture card I have right now is currently being used to capture the screen. Yeah, the screen. Yeah, this whole screen you see here with the text and the editors and the stuff. This is connected to a capture card. And the capture card, I only have one, and I only have a single port on the capture card. So, unless I get another capture card or another monitor, you can't really see what I'm doing now, can you? No, not at all. El Gato. They still exist. They still sell stuff. People still use their stuff. Snack? I got some like rotini pasta with like a meaty tomato sauce. It was more like proper meal versus snack, but that's kind of the way it goes. Do I suppose that on the day that AI becomes self-aware, we'll crack Dr. David Chambers' hard problem of consciousness? I kind of have my doubts about AI becoming self-aware. But if we even come anywhere close, I would say that we probably will have figured out consciousness by then. Or maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. I don't know. First person subjective experience. That wanders into the realm of very mysterious. But if you think about it on a way too like philosophical level, there's like chaos. And then the chaos gives rise to a level of order. And then the order on a larger scale gives rise to chaos. And that chaos then gives rise to order, and then that order gives rise to more chaos, and then that chaos gives rise to more order. And this happens like every few orders of magnitude of scale. Vulcan to Final Fantasy 14. Just run Final Fantasy 14 on Linux. That uses all the Vulcan. All of it. Kind of what I mean is like, if you consider like, I don't know, atomic particles. Atomic particles kind of like whiz around in a chaotic random order. And then they smack into each other, and then they form like chemicals, molecules, and the molecules smack into each other randomly, form like proteins, and the random proteins, they have like tons of highly elaborate structures in a macro scale, which are used to form like cells and microorganisms. They're all very highly intricate. But then you have like a chaotic mass of cells. But then if you zoom out, there's order again. They form like organisms and creatures. But then if you zoom out farther, if you have a bunch of creatures, it looks like a chaotic mess that sort of has like an organic structure to it. And then if you zoom out some more, all that organic structure suddenly follows a bunch of rules and patterns again. And then if you zoom out some more, it's all just a bunch of chaos again. And so on and so forth until you like run out of scale. When does the Batman come into play? Sudo rm/rf/Batman. Something like this, I don't know. Well, how does one quantify thought? Thought is a good thought. Thought is very complicated. Thought has a lot of moving pieces. The liver doesn't have like a feedback state machine. So like it doesn't necessarily think in the traditional sense. It just kind of reacts to things. Reacts to chemical compounds. Like brains are full of interconnected like little wires basically. Brains are full of wires. So many wires going every which way. If statement is everywhere. Everywhere. There's one time when I found myself reading like an academic white paper that was analyzing how flies, like fruit flies, perceive
perceive light or something. How the different cell stacks work. And I don't know how I ran into this paper, but like one of the descriptions was about how neurons have nonlinear behavior. Like individual neurons can implement what is basically kind of like XOR gates almost. Where like if you send too much signal into them, they actually shut off instead of staying on. How small does something have to be before it's not aware that it is what it is? I think a lot of things aren't really aware of what they are. But that doesn't mean that they aren't sort of like... That doesn't mean that they don't have like some sort of inherent behaviors. Cat looks in the mirror and goes, huh? Where'd the other cat come from? Why can't I get at this other cat? How did it get behind this strange area? Why is it looking at me? Why is the crazy mirror cat looking at me? Nobody knows why the mirror cat looks at you. Crazy mirror cat. You know, I am actually sort of tempted to, like, test this. So, let's quit Firefox. Quit you. Disconnect from Sway. And if we run the program, behold the program. Gotta see that hallucination. I can make our own realities by pushing text into a machine. That's what I kind of did here. I basically made reality by typing a bunch of text into a machine. It's a very boring reality, but it kind of exists. Kind of sort of exists. I think the best part is I can't interact with it. I can't interact with the program. But it does render stuff. At least I got that going for me. So, yeah, it's not broken.
Hurrah for being not broken. Alright, gotta go back to sway. E. Gotta run all the things. Like Discord and Firefox. And the other Firefox. And where's my window at here? Oh, we gotta reattach to the Tmux thing. You've come with the sippies. Hello, and welcome. El Gato, the cat. Twang. Why am I twanging it? E. There's a game about cats in space? I was making a game about cats in space once. Or thrice. Or maybe 4 different times. You know, I never finished any of that. I tend to, like, not finish things a lot. This is, yeah. Yeah. Too much, yeah. I don't know how to manage that. So yeah, that was the program. All it does is take over one of the screens. It's not broken. It still does what I had it doing before, which is good, I guess, in the fact that it didn't crash. Not crashing is usually an accomplishment. Where's my silly window with the layers and the protocols and you like load all of those for me, thank you. If I want to make a Wayland window, though, then render to it with Vulkan, I am guessing, this is just kind of a guess, that we probably need this like DRM surface importing extension thing. DRM format modifier. I think that's what I would need. How many times per week do I stream? 3 right now. Total of like 3? Sometimes that changes, but not typically. Typically, the streams usually start on like Tuesday evening, Thursday evening, Saturday evening, and then they run through to the next, like the following day. I do not work, I just stream. Although that's not exactly fair to say. If I do any kind of work of any kind, it's just we just do it here. Like, why are my Firefox rearranged? That's kind of E. I had them in an order, and now they're not in the order that I wanted them to be in. Very E indeed. As long as it's been a jam. Where did I work before? I was sort of like an underpaid developer at like some local company doing like net admin stuff. It's totally not worth my efforts, I feel. Close more tabs. Why did you want to destroy the tabs? What did my Firefox tabs do to you? What did my 200 Firefox tabs ever do to you? How long? I don't know. It was like 5 years. I don't remember when I got paid. When did I get paid? Maybe like $1,600 a month, I think. I don't know, because I was paid hourly. Kind of varied a bit. Sometimes it was less than that. I feel like that's not entirely accurate, though. I'm trying to, like, estimate it in my head, and it's not working. So we multiply it by what? 40 hours times, I don't know, 3, 4.8? No, 4. Yeah, I think it would be around 1600 something. Like, it's not nothing, but like, it's not exactly what I would call like the best money, especially not for like software developers or something like that. Just what I did kind of ended up devolving into software and development with like net admin stuff being like a thing. We're getting close. We're getting close. I don't know. I get asked these questions way too often, I feel. This is like the frequently asked questions kind of deal. Meisaka is not to be louder. I like have breathing issues. I can't talk very loud. You get what you get, basically. I could turn this music down, but I like it. I'm listening to it. I like listening to my music. The music is the good stuff. Amazon? I heard that Amazon is like a terrible place to work. So I don't think I would want to do that. And not just their warehouses either, but like their software developers too are kind of like they're like overworked or they like they're not treated well. I don't think I would be able to tolerate it. Like I don't function very well under pressure. Which is kind of like the way kind of why I do what I do. I do what I do because like most companies I am just not interested in working at. And the ones that I am interested in working at don't line up with my skill set. And even if they did line up with my skill set, there's no way in hell they would ever contact me. Diverse in the skill. I might be diverse in the skill, or I might not be diverse in the skill. Like something that I want to do is um, like processor or GPU design. Like work on the like design and layout for like integrated circuits. Or other forms of like electrical engineering. Like I wouldn't mind designing like circuit boards or like um, stuff of that nature. Engineering hardware. But like you'd be hard pressed to get anyone to actually hire me for that, considering that like most of what I do is software related, and that software is kind of, I don't know, that could go either way. Typical software that I like to work on is like graphics stuff and like operating system things and and like virtual machines or nonsense like that. People don't hire software developers for operating systems because what do you got? You got like two options. You got Linux and you got Windows. Key engine. Key engine is just supposed to be whatever I need it to be. It's a 3D graphics engine. It's an experimental network platform. It's a Wayland client, maybe. I'm probably going to end up turning it into a Wayland server at some point, if I can get that far. It's kind of all the things. What if instead of being possibly evil, I would go full evil and then take over the world? We already have people trying to take over the world, going full evil. I think we need less of that. Evil fox. The evil fox. What is this extra ick on the end of this URL? Why is there extra ick on the URL? What are you? Zero to window. Writing a Wayland client. Displays, global services, buffers, pools, shared memory, cross desktop, top levels, windows, rendering, frames, callbacks, closing, input, C. I don't think I need to watch that video. I don't think we need to watch that video. Do you know why I do not need to watch that video? Because somewhere here in main we have if Wayland, and then we can just build this and run it, and then it becomes Wayland. My application is now a Wayland client. Voila. We made a window. A very boring window that's translucent even. The thing is, though, that the Vulkan stuff isn't hooked up to the Wayland stuff. Because it didn't attach the buffer to the Vulkan context. It's still sort of been on my to-do list. So, like, get a buffer, stick the buffer into the Wayland. It's kind of it does support messing with the buffer though, so at least I got that going for me. And it doesn't close. The only way to quit the program properly is to like Control C it. Where is close? I suppose we could go to close and be like, I don't know, set some sort of runtime flag or something. This is sort of an aside, but like very Wayland client. Should run. And then we do await client should run a false and int while await client run I don't know if I clean up properly, but yeah, that should work. Now I should be able to quit this, and it should exit. Easy. Easy. The yukata. Yukara was one of my IRC nicknames. Because I used to spend a lot of time on IRC. We hydrating? Definitely hydrating. Well, I think we sort of did enough obligatory end of stream yapping. I think it's about time we end. Much appreciate the hydrate. I'm not gonna be able to breathe ever. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be back on Thursday evening, Friday morning, depending on when you normally visit me. If you want to visit me again. I'm not entirely sure what the focus of that stream will be, if it's going to be more refactors, because we still kind of have to refactor render passes. But it could also be diving into some other thing. Like the Waylands. We might try to get Wayland buffers. Watch another Mesaka stream. Maybe. Until then, I must thank you all for watching. Take care. Bye-bye. Maybe visit me again. Maybe we raid someone. I don't raid people very often. It's kind of fallen out of favor almost. The green list? No? No. Owl, maybe? Target owl? That's always a thing. Unless there's some interesting stream title out there, but I don't think there is. Get that layer redeemer. We'll visit owl. I think I will accidentally close my window because Have you ever like pressed Control W to delete a word, and instead of deleting a word, it deletes your entire window?
Oh dear. I can't even. I can't even. I can't even. I can't even. Maximum vanishing mode. Bye bye. Again, now that I've actually typed this silly command instead. Yeah. If you found this stream at all interesting, you can visit me again. I'd be here like 3 days a week, at least. I don't know. I thought about streaming again tomorrow, though, in some way, shape, or form. I'm not sure about it. I will have to think about that one. It would definitely be different programming, though. Different topic. Different everything. If I do. Unlike Thursday start is going to be more Vulcan. Tomorrow, I don't know if I want to stream tomorrow. Whilst I debate this, I'm just going to be like, yeet. Nobody needs to know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Absolutely not. No clue whatsoever.